I gotta look at the title real quick. I forgot. Oh, build talk. All right, so this one's called Build Talk. And so, after getting some rest, I'm not gonna say I'm 100%, but I feel better. And we're looking at the rifle some more. And I think it is a healing weapon, for sure. So, if you look at what we're doing right now, you have to have vulnerability on target to use the rifle to get additional might. And now if we're looking at the rifle together with everything else, I'm starting to see it as not necessarily the maximum DPS weapon, but a very, very solid defensive weapon that is able to output damage. So if we go with the bow has a rather slower firing rate, has more burst potentially, but also has a lot more damage over time, like DPS, that you don't necessarily have to attack with. Now with the rifle, we're looking at you can get 1 might per shot, then we can potentially get 1 might per crit, and then we can potentially get 1 might per crit on sigil. Yeah. Okay. And now if you're running a great sword, you could get 1 might on crit, and then you could get 1 might on the other thing that you use. Okay. On the sigil. So the rifle can give you the most total might generation, like per second, potentially, out of all the weapons. Now, if you're using the rifle 2, you're still going to have a 50% chance to get might, and then you get the 1 might per second as well. Okay. So you can use the rifle with the great sword and still have pretty good might generation. I believe the axe as well has might generation on the burst skill. But the bow, you can get might generation with the sword by having fire auroras and taking damage, and you can get might generation from the bow burst ability, which is what we've been doing. So all that stuff works out pretty well. The burn damage is higher than just the rifle from what we've seen. But this comes to another question on what exactly is the best. So with the Celestial Ruins and the build that we use, we can still use sword and rifle. And if we were teamed up with somebody that had a bow, we could still get the benefits of the additional burn damage by shooting through the fire field. So in a group, if they have access to some sort of combo field for you, I think that's perfectly fine. You get a lot of damage potential that way. But now this comes down to the build. So what exactly are we thinking with the build? So probably you would want to go great sword rifle, but you can use a number of things. Right now we're still applying bleed. If we use the other things, so it's not too terrible. But you can also take a defensive line. So if you do a group of rifle warriors, for instance, and you go power builds, you can get 100% crit and go full power. And then you can do, basically your burst skills will apply weakness. The weakness is going to make it to where they take you take 50% reduced damage or whatever, right? So the rifle shots can do that, or your melee weapons could do that. I think that just depends. And then if you do the adrenal health, you're going to be getting 600 or 6,700 health over 15 seconds. So you're looking at 400, 450 health a second here. Now we got resistance when you dodge. That's just so your rifle skills can't get blocked. In this build, we're not doing endure pain. And then you have the resolution still. And then we got stability when we disable a foe, just because, people attack you, but you could also go cleansing ire. Okay? Because if you dodge roll to get resistance, then you can use your rifle burst to get the condition removal. But however, like in PvP situations, I don't really prefer this, so you could still go last stance or stalwart of strength is what we're doing. So if someone gets on top of us, we can hit them with the rifle butt or whatever, and then get that 10% increased damage and also the stability. So disabling them, getting the stability is going to be the biggest thing, I think, here, because we don't have access to any more stability. But we can do Brave Stride, so if we use a movement ability, we get stability. So we could do that, and we get stability for it for 7 seconds. I think that's also strong. But we're also considering Brawler Runes. So if we were comparing Doliac Runes to Brawler Runes, heal-wise, the Doliac will give you I don't know, 75 health a second or something like that, which, isn't terrible, but isn't the best. But if you do Restorative Strength with Brawler Runes, I mean, you're getting 5 stacks of might potentially with the Brawler Runes on Heal Skill. Heal Skill can get down to 20 seconds, so 5 stacks of might every 20 seconds, and then you're getting however much healing this is. Alright, so we die here, but I'm trying to show how much regen you get. So you get 5 stacks of might every 20 seconds. Out of those 5, you're getting 146. So you're getting 730 health just off of this when you use that every 20 seconds. And then you're getting an additional 75. So you're getting another 3 something. So you're getting 1100 health just from you gaining might using your heal skill. And then if you have phalanx strength, you're giving those 5 stacks to 4 additional players. So you're going to get the 375 times 4 for another 1500 health. So you're looking at like 26,000 additional health when you use your heal skill over 20 seconds. Whereas a Doliac Ruin, you're getting like, let's say 75 health, and you're getting 1500. So it really comes down to if you want to use your heal skill or not. So with the Healing Signet, you're getting like 400 health a second, and then if you use the Signet, you're going to be getting like 7,000 health. If you run Restorative Strength and you run the Brawler Ruins, so it'd be about 7,000 health. Then if you do, which is on par with the Mending skill. Now, if you use the Mending skill, it heals for about 7,000 with the 15-second recharge. And then if you increase that, you're going to be getting like 15,000 or something on a 15-second recharge, which is basically like double or on par with like the 30-second recharge skill. So it basically just makes that skill a lot better. But if we look at the Healing Signet, let's say it's doing like 375, and you do that times 20 seconds. You're getting 7,500 health over that 20-second period, which is a little bit less than Mending, but you don't have to stop attacking to use that. It's always active. So now if we go and we use the rifle, and you're getting, 2 or 3 might per second, it would then replace the need for the Mending because you have the rifle effect that is going to basically help you, right? Now, if we do a power build and we don't want this additional 1 might generation here, and we're going to use the rifle, you can also just increase your ferocity and vitality, which would give you a little bit beef, which would be nice. But you can also take peak performance if you really want to, and you could take the Mending. But I think restorative strength, it's fine, but I don't think it's necessary. And then the movement skills granting stability. I think stability is just really strong for the rifle in general. But you're looking at a bunch of health regeneration here. Getting 400 and something off of this. A second, which with the rifle it's a little bit slower to use. That's why you need the quickness. So was it 400? Getting 400 and something. Let's just say 400 from the adrenal. Then you're getting 400 or so from the Healing Signet, so you're already getting like 800 a second. Then if we use the regeneration barrier, you get an Aegeus block and you get regeneration infinitely. The regeneration's giving you like 200 a second, so now you're looking at like 1,000 health a second. And then you have the might generation, which we're already looking to see. I mean, you're already getting quite a lot from the might regeneration, to be honest, as well. So it's kind of, I would say the Doliac is potentially more useful when it comes to solo play or low level areas because it doesn't require anything to heal more. But I think the restorative strength and the other one probably is going to give you more total healing in groups, which is really interesting to me. But I'm gonna say that the weapons, so like the bow, I consider to be more of like an offensive kind of bursty type weapon and have like more DPS and utility. The rifle is more of like it's direct fire and in a group, just being more durable. I find that pretty interesting. I think like just being more durable in the group is going to help you out a lot more. Because the bow also shoots a bit slower, the arcing shots, things like that. Like it packs a lot of damage, but it shoots slower. If you can increase the rifle's rate of fire, the amount of healing, like, because with the bow, let's say that you do, I think we've gotten up to like 2,000 or something on a bow shot, like per arrow, so it's like 4,000 health. But let's say it shoots, half as fast as the rifle. Then you're looking at, about 2,000 in between the two. Right now, our rifle's doing about 2,000. Um, but then the bow is applying a massive burn effect on enemy, and the rifle is giving you a lot of healing, like a lot of healing. You're looking at potentially 3 might per auto attack. Um, so let me think here. You get 3 might per auto attack, so you're going to be getting 400 and something health here. 200, 300 here, so let's just say like 700 health. And then you're going to be getting 4 more additional people. So that's paying like 15,000, 16,000 health on the auto attack. I mean, that's a lot of health regen, And then with this build that we got going on here, uh, we're getting all of the regen healing and the Aegeus block. There's a lot going on. And now we also got Banner of Strength here, so you're seeing you're getting an additional 2 might. Every 3 seconds you're getting an additional 2 might. And you do that for 15 seconds, and the application is every 3 seconds, I believe. But that's 2 might to yourself, so it's 200, 300 health. If we're looking, so let's say you get 2 might every 3 seconds for 15 seconds, so you're looking at 5 procs. It's going to end up being 10 might. With this banner, you can basically keep that up for any time, so it's just going to be 2 might every 3 seconds. So you're getting 300 health here, and then you're getting 150-ish health here, so you're looking at 450 health, and then you're getting 4 more uses, so that's another 400, that's another like 600 health there just from this banner, which is a lot of regen. And then we have Signet of Rage, um, which gives us more adrenaline and fury, might generation and stuff here. But we could also just do Battle Standard, which would give us even more might. Um, this has, I think, a 15-second duration still. Still has the blast finishers, still does damage on the hit. This is the range damage that's also, it's doing like 2,000 right now, which is like on par with a final thrust or something like that, which is kind of interesting. And these are doing, about 1,000 damage on the drop. At least the might banner is. But these are doing swiftness, fury, and might. Revives targets, doing like 2,000 damage on the drop. It's giving 2 stacks of might every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. So you're looking at the same health regeneration as the other one. This one's giving you 5 might just on activation. So like overall, this is like a banner warrior type build with the maximum healing output. And then you would want quickness, like as much quickness as you could get. Which I find pretty interesting. I don't know if it's necessarily the best build in the world, but I don't think it's terrible. Gotta think right now, it's only me, so I don't really have any additional allies getting additional might generation. So we're at 1/4 of the healing power right now. I don't even know where that bag went. I see 120 seconds. So we could get 2 uses of this, which would give us 10 might. But also gives us fury, or we can get 5, so this is also 10 might.
Refreshing.
I think the bow burst skills give you like 5 might per bow burst. I think it's like an 8-second recharge. It's like 5 might every 8 seconds. So if you do that in an AoE, you'd be getting a decent amount of health, but you wouldn't gain anything on auto attack. But the fire auroras are interesting because you're getting might per auto attack.
We have completed the task at hand.
Almost there. Gaining adrenaline. Just getting started. Adrenaline right. Almost ready.
Oh, let's see what mission that we have today.
We should get moving. Where's Tiny?
I told her not to, but she wandered off to study some old tech she said looked fantastically intriguing.
Time is of the essence, but we can't leave her here alone.
Guys, I'm here! Look at your feathers in such a ruffle. I'm fine.
Well, we don't have time to wait here while you play with some new toys. Dragon's not just gonna sit around while we find this Radanovan research.
It's okay, but we can't delay any longer.
I don't know. I'm a big fan of the basic type guns like these. Very simple. Colors are pretty decent. I don't necessarily want to waste any of my wardrobe changes on this right now, though. Alright, so we got 3 allies right now. We'll see how much it increases our healing.
Tislak was right. The city appears long dead. I guess we won't find any allies to rally for our cause.
Such a pity. All those Asura.
Maybe no new allies, but there is something else here. I'm picking up some prints that are definitely not Asura. Looks like they belong to...
Chalk.
Makes sense the chalk are here. This place is a nexus for ley energy. I speculate these things actually channel it somehow.
Great. Well-fed chalk. They're probably responsible for the death of this entire city.
My golem? What's that supposed to mean? Maybe you need the safety of my golem.
Okay, enough. Let's pick up the pace.
Fine Elder Dragon research. Lower labs. Cave, destroyed city, lower labs. So I'm guessing either that door or underwater. Underwater Asura. That's exactly what they need in the game. Seven two.
Strong. We need to find the lab where they conducted their dragon research. What's the best way to do that?
Maybe if we power up the city, Scruffy could trace the biggest energy drop. Logically, it should be the hub of their research.
Sounds reasonable. How do you restore power to this place?
That's what I was investigating before you got here, not playing with toys, Bram. Anyway, they had a different procedure for refining ley energy and using it for power.
Impressive.
This thing's an offline ley collector. We could manually turn enough of them on to get the juice flowing, but the chalk will notice and come running.
It's worth the risk. Get it started. Armored up. Strong.
Glad these chalk are enough of a challenge to keep me sharp for more trouble.
I've got good news for you if you're itching for a fight. The more of these we turn on, the more chalk they'll attract. So yeah, math. Deadly math.
Just keep doing your thing, Timmy. We'll take care of whatever comes.
turns on.
If the power is down, where's this light coming from?
I wondered the same thing, and the Rodanovans had quite an answer. The fixtures above us are actually clusters of optic cables that run up to the surface. They carry natural light down below, no power needed.
All the way down here, and you still get daylight.
It's ingenious! I hope we get to see how they solve one of the underground ventilation problems. It could revolutionize all future Asuran construction.
We won't find it standing here. On to the next one. Usually silent now. Is the call distracting you?
It's actually quite the opposite. It's quiet down here.
Mordramoth's voice was growing to a great bellow as we drew closer.
Here, it's a whisper. It's a welcome respite.
Was it becoming too much?
Commander, you insult me. I have no plans to give myself over to that beast.
Good to hear.
We'll have enough power to get any of the surviving systems up and running.
And from there?
Scruffy will allow me to track where all this power is headed.
Good. We find a lab. With any luck, we find their dragon data. Let's get the last one going.
Hold up! Scruffy's picking up some unusual readings. It looks like it's a golem signature. Old-fashioned, but different than anything I've seen before.
What does that mean?
We must have powered up the city enough to turn on its defenses. And then we triggered said defenses. Yay, us.
Heads up, everyone. Sounds like a Surin tech incoming.
Going after the Rodenovan research is one thing. We can't waste time studying them now.
Graham, no one has ever wasted time studying.
Let's stay on course. Which way, Timmy?
Now that we started the engine, I'm getting a sizable power signature. Might be a lab. Follow me and the big guy.
It's fine. Let's just keep moving before we run into more trouble. How's it working now, Timmy? We back on track?
Think so. We're almost right on top of the source.
Is that?
Similar in design, but probably similar in function.
Is it active? Why isn't it glowing if we turned on the power?
Question. Let me see. Okay. Good news. Good news is there's enough power to turn the gate on. Something's interrupting the flow. Something.
I think we found the culprit.
Nice job, Timmy.
Thanks. But Scruffy did most of the work.
Yeah, well, he's as much a part of the team as you.
I guess so. Sure.
The gate's up. Where do you think it goes? Assume?
As far as I know, they were never connected. It must lead deeper into this complex. We should test it out. Make sure it's safe.
How do we do that?
Someone just walks into it, and if they're not obliterated, it works. Who wants to try?
I suppose I'll go.
I'm not sure that's how that's like. This isn't how this would go down in real life, okay? Even if you are the hero, you're the commander of the pack, healer, you're keeping people together.
Great job not dying, Commander. I told you that gate would... I hope no one was planning on going back down.
Where'd we end up?
There's a huge blade draw ahead of us. I bet my transverse wave inverter is the Dragon Lab.
Wolf's Fang.
We seem to be outnumbered.
This isn't a lab to them. It's a dining...
Wait, the emblem on that blast door.
A dragon! That must be it!
We need to get through that mess and open that lab.
We can't. The door that leads down those stairs is dead.
So we're trapped here? The only other way out was through the gate that just exploded?
Maybe? Probably... yes.
Let's think about this. Why aren't those doors working?
Oh! Hold on!
Ley energy powers this whole place, and this ley conduit is blown. It almost certainly rendered the doors to this room and the lab inoperative when it went. If we can complete the circuit, they'll both open for sure.
Any ideas, people?
I have a thought. Scruffy can bridge the gap. The ley tech I outfitted him with should conduct the energy.
But will he survive?
Well, I'm not sure.
Timmy, back at Drytop, when the Inquest destroyed Scruffy and almost captured you. I can't...
You can't what? Let a child make her own decisions? I'm not a child, and this is what I'm doing. Maybe I wasn't ready for it at Dry Top, but I'm ready now.
Fair enough. But once the doors are open, we'll still have a ton of chalk to contend with.
I have an idea for that too, but first things first. All right, big guy. It's time. You know what to do.
Why did he stop?
Go on. It's okay. I'll be okay.
Sentient robots. I think what you're meant to do is do the storyline while you don't have exotic gear. Just like go through the storyline with the gear that you find in game and not like the super best builds in the world.
It's okay, Tiny. We're right here.
Okay, position the lenses on the microscope. Activate the console now.
Move! Urge to kill rising.
One stack of burning, 300 damage a second.
Almost there.
Oh yeah, I was gonna see something. If I did that, still got 100% burning. What? This goes from. Let me look at this.
Strong. Eat my dust.
Oh yeah. So this gives us expertise while wielding a sword. 120 though. I don't know if that would increase. I mean, it would increase our torment damage if we went full condition damage, but we lose our vulnerability.
Commander!
Now we can fight for real.
Got it. Watch out.
Adrenaline rising. Now what? Almost ready. Adrenaline rising. Just getting started. Eat my dust. Almost ready.
Huh? It does damage every so many. So it gives 3 procs of 1,000 damage. That's interesting. Banners grant quickness to allies when they are dropped. Pulsing boons applied to banners last longer. So get 20%. This gives you quickness passively. Yeah, I'm a little split on this because I would want to keep the vulnerability, but say like I had if I used the vulnerability shout or I had some other method to apply vulnerability, then I went Blade Master, or even if I go Blade Master here, would Torment on dual swords be like enough damage to take away from 25% increased physical and condition damage? Because I don't think it necessarily would be, because like our burning can get up to like 10k. I know the torment can probably get up to 10k too, so let's see. Wait, hold up. What are we wanting here? We're wanting 25,000 of 100. Or 25%. Oh, God. Don't ever do 60-hour shifts. What was I thinking again? 25. Oh yeah, 25% of 10,000. So, you're looking at 250 out of 1,000, and you times it by 10. So, yeah, about 2,500. I guess in the overall DPS, depending on how much damage the torment does on target, it might do more, but we're also like, if you pull, because say vulnerability wise, if you're doing 10,000 physical damage and 10,000 condition damage with the vulnerability stacks, you're looking at like 5,000 damage. But then if you had torment on top of that, and let's say torment was 10,000 damage on its own, if it's over 5,000 damage, I would think it would apply better. I do have an extra sword that we could test. Let's see, customize, celestial. So let's do that. We lose some defense. We actually gain offense though. Yeah, we gain 1,000 damage. Maybe. So this is doing, it gives us might. Throw your sword at foe, impaling them. You do 1,000, you get torment 6,000 if it's not stationary. It's also single target damage compared to AoE damage. But the one thing, because there's someone that was online that was talking about how the warrior skills needed a rework because the offhand sword nobody uses. But the thing with the offhand sword is that if you look at the 4 ability, you're getting 2 damaging abilities. So overall, this skill can do 2,500 damage on its own with 2 skill uses, which is probably like the highest damage you can get on an ability. Plus, the 6,000 torment damage. And then you're getting a block, just doing a 16-second 16 seconds of bleed, you get 8 stacks. You gain adrenaline. It's doing 700 damage. And then if you have the reflection trait, unless they've changed it, this has a lower cooldown. So say I went and did the... I don't have access to it on here, but like if I do Blade Master, this goes down to 12 seconds. And then there's a trait where you can reflect projectiles when you block. So they've nerfed the shield on the warrior, where you can only get 25 seconds for shield stance, and it used to go down to 20. And then the riposte, you can do 12 seconds, which is pretty absurd. That you can just block all the projectiles, and then if they go melee, you get to instantly hit them for a bunch of bleed damage. But I am curious about this because it's not telling me any duration for our torment. So we got 100% on both of those, but it doesn't tell me how much torment we have. Let me think about this for a second. Oh yeah, but the Sword 4, not only is it a damaging ability, but you gotta look, it's 12 seconds, you could potentially get 10 might. So it's like a healing weapon as well. Because you look at all these, I think like 20 seconds at least to get 10 might. Pretty much on everything you can do. For Great Justice can get down to like 20 seconds, and it gives you 6. So the Sword 4 gives you like the most might out of all of the skills that I can think of. I think maybe the Axe Burst gives might. It's like 6 or 8 might maybe. But here you're looking at almost 1 might a second. Anywho. So if we give up the shield, we can still use our abilities and everything and just get extra damage. Because this has the same ruin that our shield had on it. And we have the kick, so we can still activate the additional quickness. But if we wanted to increase the torment duration, like if we can figure out that we have like 80% torment duration, you can put a torment rune on there. And then we'd have to, you know, get by with 3 seconds of quickness, but could be good. Anyway, this goes up to 7,000, so it goes to 5,000 to 7,000, and then here, I mean, you're losing like 1,000 damage off of that, and then the bleeds from these is 738. So you're gaining like almost 100 bleed damage, and then bow, we're almost 1,000. You're losing like 20 damage. I don't know if that's worth it or not. I do think that we just go ahead and change the skin though. Oh god, we could use the dragon sword. I never used that on any of my characters, but this other sword works so well with our skin tone. Like, we basically made this whole armor set because of this sword in the first place. Oh crap. We also have the infused katana. I am a big katana fan, so that would be kind of interesting. It really sucks that I like so many like swords, because I do like this katana. And this was the first sword that my other character uses. That everybody was wanting to know where I got it from like a long time ago. This thing always was like pretty nice. Classic, just gold sword. Even that works, sort of. I've always really liked the Ascalonian weapons, though. The thing is that they glow blue. But man, like, I need to make a human guardian. And at that point, like, I don't know if I would want to or not, but, like, this sword is, like, the perfect sword for me for, like, a knight. But it glows blue at certain times. Like, all the Ascalonian weapons do it, and it's a little annoying, you know? Just how good that sword looks. Like, look at that. That is a soldier's weapon right there. But it doesn't glow blue all the time either. That's the other point. Like, it's blue at night. Which is, like, why can't, like, if you make two versions of it, that'd be great. Because, like, if I make like a Roman character again, I'd be stuck with the Gladius. God, I love this sword, though. Alright. I think we have to go with the Dragon Decade sword, though. That's the sad part. Sad times, man. Dragon Lord, finally, you know. The only thing I don't like about this is that I really like the shield. Is that shield? I mean, that is the Dragon Lord shield right there, my friends. That is it. 100%. I'm going to say let's do the shield if we do the defensive version of our build, and we'll do the sword if we're doing the offensive version of the build. That's probably fair.
Is this it? Is this the right place?
Boot up these machines and we'll find out.
Look at that one last. Oh, hold up. This terminal appears to control the nearby surrogate. There are a series of spaces beginning with the number 1 followed by 5 blank spots. 01172. Beginning with the number 1, followed by 5 blank spots. Am I missing out? We got 011, and we got 72, and it's starting with the number 1. So wouldn't it be like 1072? But then it wants an additional.
These Rotanovans had a serious beef against Primordus.
Anything on Mordramoth?
No, well, sort of. It's about all the Elder Dragons.
What is it?
Based on their extensive research on Primordus, the Rotanovans determined that each Elder Dragon had a weakness. A unique, respective weakness.
And does it say
What it is? No.
how easily the fleet went down? It's obvious the way you and my mother stopped Zaitan won't work here. So what do we do now?
This is good news, people. We've been charging headlong against Mordramoth, not even knowing if it can be beaten, only knowing we had to beat it. Now we know it's possible. Our mission is to find out how. To do that, we have to get closer to Mordramoth. And thanks to that lay map, we know exactly where it is.
Let's catch up with the others then. I suppose it'd be nice to have some help finding this weakness.
Thanks for everything, Timey. So, does this mean no more Scruffy?
Oh no. I already have design plans for Scruffy 2.0. Little trim here, little tuck there, and weapons, lots of weapons. But no Golem for the immediate future means this is the end of the road for me. I'll be staying in Rotanovus with all this delectable research. Bummer!
Alone? Are you sure?
Hey, would you ask Ritlock if he was sure? To knock?
Point taken. Should I send word to someone back at Radasum? Let them know you're here.
No thanks. I'll take care of that. In like a few weeks or so.
Don't want to get flunted again, huh?
Not particularly.
Okay, Timey. I hope to see you soon.
Me too, Commander. Give that dragon a good one for me.
So she's gonna stay alone in a place where the entire Asura race got exterminated with no defense besides the defenses that got overran. And we already saw the army of chalk that came here because of its activation, and none of them were the big ones yet. But also, looking at the map now, because this whole time when I was playing Guild Wars 2, I thought that this was the Radasum from Guild Wars 1. And I think it still is supposed to be, but like this one almost seems like it was the actual position of Radasum in Guild Wars 1. So I don't know if maybe the water flooding this, maybe my memory's off. But like I almost feel like this was Vex's place that got destroyed, which would be kind of sad. Alright, so we can get a sword, which we already have. We can get an axe. Or we can get a mace.
Now I shall break you.
Bags full of junk.
Threshold achieved.
Nice gear.
I get that the game likes to give you a bunch of random stuff, but I kind of wish it didn't. Oh. Alright, so let's say that we get 6,000 damage off of this. Now, what's 25% of 6,000? And we also have the 2,500 damage on the other part. So let's do 6,000 damage. That's 1,500 additional damage. I'm guessing per second. And then we have 600 additional damage with the vulnerability stacks and the other things. So the Impel is going to be doing about 3,000 damage on its own, which is already pretty nuts. I don't know if they can crit. And this is without any of our bonus, like our extra trait line stuff that we have as well. Or we can get like an additional 1,000 damage here. And additional like couple thousand. Because like that's the thing too with this is that like vulnerability stacks giving us like 2,000 burn damage a second, or if we look at this, it's like 738. It goes up by like 100 damage. I don't know, it just doesn't seem worth it. We'll see though. See what happens with this portal.
One more thing for my list of accomplishments.
New Horizons. The Hidden Lab in Novus. Not much of a lab. And we get some more crap. Do we want want to replace our Asuran Guardian idea with human Guardian? That's the real question. I think we can do the Asuran Guardian and a human Guardian. So the Asuran Guardian can be our Dragon Hunter, and then the human Guardian can be our main Guardian. Maybe. So let's see what this does. So it's doing 400 and something seconds. So you'd want to throw it,
Strong.
and then you want to rip it out. I don't know. 400 and something damage is not the 4,000 and something that I'm seeing on this here skill, my friends.
Strong. Almost there.
I'm not really sure what you use to dissolve those. Wait, what? All aspiring crew members are required to pass the surveillance, relocation, history, and culture exam prior to receiving clearance.
Internal storage reaching capacity. Proceeding to final lay energy conductor.
I mean, it's going up as we increase our condition damage, but this clearly says 5 stacks of torment for 13 seconds, 4,109 damage. Oh, maybe it's 4,000 divided by the 5. Yeah, so let me see. Yeah. 6,000 damage if the foe is stationary. I don't know, that's 1,200. Maybe it's over that time period, so it's very odd. I never mess with torment damage much. Torment. Torment is a condition that inflicts damage over time and stacks in intensity. If the victim isn't moving, they take more damage than they would while moving. Characters suffer from a torment have black smoke on their legs. The moving damage is higher in PvE than it is in World v World. While moving, 0.06 times condition damage, plus 22 damage per stack per second. 0.09 times condition damage plus 31 damage per second. So 6,000 damage. Let's just look at the 4,000 damage first. So we do that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10. I think it's just that damage over that period of time.
Won't someone think of the memory crystals I will leave behind? I don't want to
Is that even worth it? I mean, it's more damage than the shield. But I definitely thought it would be stronger. Like, we still got the physical damage and we still get the might generation, but it's like 400 damage a second. It's not nearly going to be as high as our bleed damage. I mean, it's still a condition that can cover up the other conditions. So, like here, you'd have bleed, burn, weakness, vulnerability, and then torment and cripple, which would all cover up the burn and bleed damage. But
is failing. Activating internal countermeasures.
seems a bit much, you know? $600. I mean, it got up to like 800, 900 right there. I mean, it's still like if you get 1,000 damage a second for 13 seconds. We need to see if we throw it into somebody, if it gives us the rating. We need to see how much our torment does.
I will break you!
And it just doesn't tell us.
Gaining adrenaline! Adrenaline rising!
Actually, that's an interesting idea. If we swap to the bow, we should get 10% increased condition duration. So let me... I mean... Still 400.
Almost ready! Eat my dust!
I don't know. I don't think it's bad. I think the torment damage just kind of sucks. Cause like the only burning let me look at this real quick. So we're getting 25% increased duration on the ruins, and then we're getting 66.93%. So we're already looking at 66.93%. I almost feel like you're supposed to like throw this and then stab and then rip it out or something, you know? So we're getting 66 point, so basically 67%, and then we're getting an additional 25%, so we're looking at 80 or 90%. 66 point, and then this drops up to 70.77. Because the bow has 1 point higher. So if you add these together, you're getting 112, and then this is getting 113. So, I mean, the bow's only getting like one additional point, but maybe the 10% condition duration is just applying with this. But baseline, we should get 66, 80, so about 90, 91, 92% duration, and then when we're on the bow, we should be getting about 100% on all conditions. So the Torment should, by all means, it's doing like 1,000 damage a second. Which, I mean, it isn't terrible. It's more damage than the shield, for sure, but I still can't say it's the best. Anyway, what are we doing? Find tracks. Gotcha.
Rox was here. These marks leave no question. You die now.
What, the rocks? Okay.
I cannot do this alone.
Strong.
Let's see how much damage this does.
Just getting started.
6,000, 7,000 damage on use. So you're looking at 1,000 damage a second for, I don't know, at least 10 seconds. So that's 10,000 damage over 10 seconds, and then you're getting 6,000 or so damage on the skill usage. I mean, it's not bad. Like one skill that can half health somebody, but It doesn't feel super great, I'll give you that. I will give you that. Rock's Trail is a bunch of rocks. I get what they're
Someone
doing.
or
Okay,
something
they're
came
trying to be
through
funny
after,
about it.
But I still think that's one of Rox's signs.
Yeah, random rock is Rox's signs. Got it. Even worth it to run across this tree. I think I went the wrong way. Yeah, just try to shield bash him. It's crazy.
The way those are arranged, clearly a sign.
Oh, the sign is the trail and not the direction.
Almost there.
I think I like the look of the other stuff better. this hits. This hit multiple people, I think. $600 damage. Am I like... Did I miss a turn somewhere? I think I did. I don't... There has to be a tunnel or something somewhere. Or do I have to go down? That's the feeling I've always liked on Warrior, especially when I do like 1v1 fights. It's just like someone tries to fight you with all of their power, they get on top of you, and you just absorb it like nothing happened, and then you're dealing damage and they're trying to run off, and they run and you're just bleeding them to death, you know? Because the first build I ever like actually ran used undead ruins, which are probably still pretty cheap. I would assume, anyway. They're gold now. So, I mean, they went up a bit since they last played. But if you look at these, it gives you condition damage and toughness, and then it converts toughness, 7% of it, into condition damage. And so my original warrior build was the undead ruins, and you did toughness, shout heals. You had the Stunbreaker ruins, so anytime you broke out a stun, you were getting like 2,000 health from the shout heal, and then you're getting 1,000 and something health from the ruins, so you're getting like 3,000 something health every time you did that. And then every time you broke out in the past, it would give you like a bonus 1,000 armor. So my first build that I used had like 4,000, 5,000 armor on the warrior, and then like a bunch of condition damage. And then you get like 7% of 4,000 or whatever. So another 280 condition damage on that build. Um, yeah, and then it used cleansing ire, lesser pain. I think shield master. Something like that. I think it had all those. And it had precision. I don't remember exactly. I think the armor that we used was condition damage, precision, and armor. And so we had like 100% crit chance with maximum condition damage and then a bunch of armor. And we had this Shout Hill tree, and we had this tree for sure. So I could probably still run that, because I'm sure I probably ran this tree with it as well to get the might generation. But we probably could have did the arms and made it even stronger. Now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, that was my #1 go-to build for pretty much ever. It steamrolled everybody in PvP for the most part. Because we did defy stance and 2 defy pains, and then you had shield stance. So you had like 20 something seconds of damage immunity. You healed on your shout usage, and then you had the adrenal health regen. But the condition damage would just burn people. So like Mesmers or Assassins, you just sit there and use combustive shots over and over again and kind of control the area so they couldn't really do much to you. And then anything else, I should have backed out. We need, what does it say? Study the marking. It's another arrow.
Rox was here. These marks leave no question.
Power flow at 30%. Rerouting.
I've always liked the feeling of the conditions on the warrior, I think. Because, like, you think most of the classes, like Necro or something, like, they can, make use of conditions, but the warrior, just the attacks feel better. All that. Even with just the bleed. And, like, even if you don't do condition damage, if you just do, like, the bleed duration, it stacks up. Maybe you get, like, 500 damage a second, but
That's a view.
it does kind of add up after a while.
Adrenaline rising. Getting started. Now we can face a almost ready. Gaining adrenaline. I'm back.
They should have runes that let you do more damage the lower health you are. That'd be good. Did I, like, miss it or some point? Like, I'm guessing it's, like, here, but up there.
Strong. Adrenaline rising.
It has to be above us. Like, I've messed something up here. Maybe not.
These tracks look fresh. I'm
must be getting close.
Got so many of those boxes. Alright. So if build 1 is going to be the full damage, build 2 is going to be the defense version. So we can do the adrenal. Generating health on might gain with this build. I mean, I don't think it's going to be the best. We're not gaining any real might. Like, we can gain might on crit, which I think is nice. But we're mainly just going to be getting might from arcing arrow. So, like, if we do this, that's 3 stacks of might. You know, it's just like 300 health. Auto attacking is going to give us some might, but it isn't going to be anything super major. But this also gives us power. And then we get stability. And you get might on dodge rolls. But thinking this is going to be the main tree that you would want. The lesser pain, you're probably going to want cleansing ire, maybe call of the weak. And then you would have potentially tactics, potentially shout hills. Because it's interesting, if you have the fire auroras and you're getting auto attack, that's 1 might per hit. So it's potentially 1 might per second. And you're doing the burn, and then you get healing from failing strength. See, this is giving you 5 stacks. So like 300, 400 health. Every 10 seconds. So you could get 2 of those. Get healing based off power. And then you get soldier's focus. And then here would be your main choice. So you would have healing shouts. We have the defensive stuff. Here it's 50% crit. If we change this, it drops down to 42%. So we lose crit damage, which kind of sucks. But we're not applying might to ourselves to heal necessarily here, so I don't think this is as good. Which would leave you here to get additional burn or vengeful return, additional condition removal, and potentially additional burst skills, which would increase your damage. Or you could go arms and get the increased condition damage, increased vulnerability, increased crit damage. And then conversely here, you could do to the limit if we didn't do the stance heals. I like Defiant Stance and the Endure Pains because it gives us 12 seconds of damage immunity. And usually Defiant Stance, if you use it in the right moment, recharges your whole HP bar, so you could basically get 25,000 health plus off of this pretty quick. But shout skills gain reduced recharge and heal allies. That's the real benefit here, because when we usually use this build, I'm using it solo, but if we have warriors with us, that's an additional 2,000 health per warrior using the shout. So if you use to the limit, if I use it myself, I'm getting 11,000 health. But if my allies use it, then I will be getting 8,000 or so health from them. So I'm basically getting 2 heal skills. Whereas if I use Defiant Stance, I can absorb more damage, but it doesn't heal anybody but me. So, I mean, there's toss-ups here. And then we can go with the resistance. We could still do Endure Pain. I still think Endure Pain's fine, but it only activates on a light skill use now. I don't think it's necessarily the best. So I guess the real question becomes, is the defense tree worth it? Because we're getting, if we're using shout heals, we're getting condition removal anyway, and in a massive warrior group, we'd be getting a lot of condition removal with Shake It Off in the first place. And then Adrenal Health is going to be giving us like 400 health per second in regen. Or right now it's at 7,000 over 15 seconds, so let's look at that real quick. So you do 7,000 divided by 15, so 400, 500 health a second. This is pretty, I mean, it's a pretty strong heal, don't get me wrong. I mean, it can't be removed by boons. Like 400 health in a second for 10 seconds is still 4,000, so over 20 seconds that's 8,000 health, which is basically a whole additional heal skill. It's definitely more powerful than a lot of these, so we probably want to keep it. Cleansing Ire, I mean, we could just go Stalwart Strength, which would give us more damage, and we can get stability on disables. And if we're going Sword Shield, you're going to have the shield, you're going to have the bow pinned down, which will give you stability. We can still do the Shield Master Damage Reflection, and if you're in a group of warriors, you can reflect this and just rotate. Or burst skills provide weakness, additional damage, and damage reduction. And then on this one, we would go Armor Set 2, Sword Shield. Sundering Burst takes away our need for most of any of this. Fear Me, though, applies AoE weakness to 5 enemies. Maximum fears 5 seconds involuntary. And has a shorter cooldown than Endure Pain. We can use On My Mark, which just applies vulnerability, but it does remove stealth, which in PvP situations would help a lot versus like assassins and things like that. There's not really any more shots we could use, but we could still use Signet of Fury here and get 2 burst skill uses, which I think is probably the best move, even if our crit damage is a little bit lower. Yeah. So I'd probably go Signet of Fury. And if we're in a warrior group, you'd probably want to take the banner, because we're going to get all of our might generation and stuff from everything else anyway, and Signet of Rage doesn't help us. So the banner would give us revival for our allies to give us a little bit of healing, but the revival would be the main part. So full damage. And then we have hybrid, sort of. Find your team.
Wow, that's quality armor.
Thanks.
It's interesting to me with the with To the Limit. I mean, just because in groups you're going to be able to get more heal. The other thing, though, is that Signet of Fury, like, if we use Signet of Fury here and we don't use another shout, because we got to think about it as in a group of warriors, all the groups will be able to get more condition or more damage potentially here. But also, we don't have this, so we could gain expertise based on precision, gain Fury and Adrenaline when you immobilize a target. So, I mean, it's additional adrenaline that we could get every 10 seconds here, immobilizing a target. And it would give us an additional source of fury for 14 seconds. Considering that, I mean, if we want to ink out the additional 3% burning or something, we could do this, I guess. 100% across the board. But we lose the crit damage here. But our crit chance has also been lowered, so there is that as well. So right now, if we use this, we're at 75%. But when we look at this, we got to think about if we're in a group of warriors, how much additional healing that we can get. If we're against enemies that can do a bunch of damage to us and instantly down us, I could see Endure Pain being a lot better because you're going to be able to get damage immunity. And then we could swap out the first Signet. But you're basically getting multiple HP bars if you're in a group of warriors together and use shouts together. So To the Limit with 5 warriors is going to give you an additional 10,000 health when everybody uses theirs. Each shout is going to be an additional 10,000 health, which is like half your HP bar. It's pretty nuts. So when you compare it like that, I think On My Mark would probably be better. Call out the foe, make them vulnerable. This gives us the most utility, but we could also use Fear Me, which, when you look at this, I mean, if they're immune to conditions or something, I could see this being like a decent effect. But you got to see that it's a 5-second fear, as well as an AoE weakness and a heal. So 5 warriors, potentially 25 seconds of fear, and then potentially 10,000 health. So if we compare that to, say, Endure Pain, if you're by yourself, Endure Pain is going to give you 4 or 5 seconds of damage immunity, and you don't have to worry about them removing any of the conditions. But if you're in a group, Fear Me is going to be able to be used by 5 different players for 25 potential seconds of fear, and you're going to get the AoE weakness and 10,000 health. So that's pretty crazy to me. Whereas On My Mark, if you do that, it's single target. You potentially can get 20,000 health here. I mean, and when you compare that to Fear Me, I mean, this has a 24-second recharge, so you're going to be able to get 2 of these off for every one of the other one. Then again, Fear Me is also a condition or a protection ability, so I think we go Fear Me. We're going to full shouts. We'll have banners. We could still use Rampage, but I don't think it's necessary. But I kind of like this now that I'm looking at it. Like even this right here, this Shake It Off, 20-second cooldown, 10,000 health. That additional, like, little bit, yeah. I mean, this would give us unblockable attacks when they're below 50% health and additional damage. I think that's good. But is it better? Because, like, if we're not using that Signet, we're only going to be getting about 70% crit chance. But that does give us a 30% like damage bonus when we use it. Battle Standard's only good if we have to use it, so we could potentially just run Signet of Rage. Signet of Rage with the other ability gives you just enough to make it work. It just takes a little while longer to ramp up. But in a group, I would say Banner, probably. And Might Generation, as long as you're attacking, is going to heal you for more in groups as well. Okay.
I wonder if Zosha or Logan knows anything about the dragon's weakness, since they've been with the Mordrum this long.
I have to say, I'm still a little surprised you'd consider that, instead of just trying to bash it with your mace.
I'm not counting that out either.
Those two might know something, but we have to save them first. And to do that, we need to catch up with the rest of the team.
It's nasty.
Tribute!
You're a sight for sore eyes.
Interesting choice of words for a charm. Blindfold. How goes Monsieur? Getting started.
Still on their trail, but this area is infested with heavy Mordrum patrols.
Truthfully, we weren't able to go much further without some help. It's a good thing you arrived. What did you find in Radanovis?
Their research indicates Mordremoth has a vulnerability. We only have to discover it.
Then let's stop wasting our breath. We have friends to save and a weakness to find.
Ah, it's good to be back with you, Ritlock. I like the way Tribunes think.
Rocks, we're on you. Shake it off! Shake it off! Shake it off! This way, so close to its power. Do you think Mordremoth knew we would follow? Just keep your eyes open. You don't want to get boxed in here.
Takes some time to get used to the weapon changes again. You can tell that the damage difference is quite noticeable though. Compared to my bow, like this 3 skill doing like 10,000 damage in AoE burst, now it's doing like, I don't know, like 3,000 or something. 2,000, 2,000, 3,000. As you could definitely make that argument. Take 5 warriors that can do 10,000 burst in quick succession. I mean, it's 40, 50,000 damage. But then if you take warriors with damage immunity, then you're going to do no damage, and then they're just going to run you over for the most part. Because if you're doing that much damage, you have no defense. I mean, we're still getting, you know, 4,000,
We don't have
5,000
time to
damage
try both.
potentially here, so it's not
One's a dead
terrible.
end.
Yeah. We can't lose anyone else.
Kaz, scout ahead. We'll clear the next patrol and meet you at the fork in the road.
Right away.
Let me look at this real quick. We're basically losing weapon swap, we're losing crack shot, and we lost the big damage increasers here, physical damage increasers. But we've kept essentially most of our condition damage. So our condition damage shouldn't really be affected much at all by swapping. Unless this... Yeah. So our condition damage shouldn't be really much affected at all. It's just going to be the physical damage. And even then, I mean, we have... We could get 10% there if we wanted to. But we're still getting 20% here. Which is probably enough to take this out of consideration. But we're losing probably 30-40% damage. But the other thing too is that the burst skills, you can use more burst skills with these. A lot easier.
Any sign of Casimir?
Don't worry. She is a knack for walking in right. You're talking about her. Perfect timing.
What did you see?
I found them both, but they're heavily guarded.
Are they alive?
I couldn't tell. That trail leads to Logan, the high road to Zoja. Your orders, Commander?
I want to see if the spear duration is actually 5 seconds, or like could we increase it any? Because let's say that this is it's 5 point, yeah, 5 1/4. That's 5 1/2. It's not going up at all. But the weakness is. It's interesting. It's kind of weird because I think there's some ruins that you can put on your armor that activate and fear people around you. Let's look real quick. Elite skill super bead for 5 seconds. Vitality to ferocity. That could be actually really good on a warrior. I've never really thought about it though. Because warriors already have a high vitality, so you give them more vitality. Their HP pool gets like 30,000 or 35,000. And you get 7% of that vitality converted to ferocity. Then you do the crit sigils. Because most of the warrior builds that I use with the crit sigils, they're power and ferocity. And there's that ruin or the thing that warriors never really use that's in here, wherever it is. That gives you vitality and ferocity or something. %7 of toughness to condition damage. %15 boon duration. Sunless. So you get 20% condition duration reduction. So if you did that with this, you could get like 50-60% reduction on movement impeding abilities. Inflict nearby foes with 1 second of fear and 5 seconds of poison after using an elite skill, 45-second cooldown. So, I mean, that would basically be right on par with what we're having. 1 second of fear and 5 seconds of poison isn't really that amazing, but with 5 warriors, it's 5 seconds of fear, which would basically be a second fear me. So let's say if you used Endure Pain, let's say you're in a warrior group and you have Defiant Stance, 2 Endure Pains, Sunless Ruins, and then you have the Fear Me. So let's say that you use the Stance trait. You get 5 seconds of damage immunity with Defiant Stance, 10 seconds, I believe, with yeah, you get 10 seconds with Endure Pain, then you get 15 seconds with Endure Pain because you get the second Endure Pain. Actually, no, the second Endure Pain wouldn't work because it activates on your elite skills now, so they nerfed it. But let's say everything, if they never changed any of that, that'd be 15 seconds of damage immunity. Then you get an additional, potentially up to 25 seconds from the fear if no one had a way to remove it. So you're already looking at about 40 seconds of damage immunity, and then you would have your elite skill, which would give you an additional 5 seconds of damage immunity. Although I will admit, like 5 seconds, it'd be helpful, but I don't think it would be that like impressive. It would kind of interrupt somebody maybe. The poison would probably help you the most, but the fact that it's still a 5-second fear would definitely be helpful. So this one you get 10% condition duration, 30% chill and cripple duration, and so you get 40% chill and cripple, and then if you use this, you could get like 70% reduced duration on chipple and cripple. That's pretty crazy. Reaper. I would almost say that Superior Ruin of the Reaper would be like the most interesting to use with a group of Shout Warriors. Because, yeah, like our ruins, they can give us an additional 1100 health if we break stuns, which is nice. But shouts, you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. let's say you even removed like for great justice, you'd have 4 shouts. That's 4 seconds of chill, and then you'd have 4 warriors, or you'd have 5 warriors. So you'd have 20 seconds of chill, which would be enough for your shouts to recharge. And then shouts give like 66% slower skill recharge and movement speed. And it's like a 1 second duration, so they might not even get rid of it. 20% fear duration. See, evading an attack applies 4 seconds of torment. I don't know. Laser disc. Kind of curious about this because, I mean, if we get rid of the Tempest runs, we lose bonuses to all stats and we'll lose 25% of our condition duration. If we do that, then we'd need expertise based on precision. We'd get 7% based on our precision. Our precision is 1600 or so. So you get 112 concentration or expertise. It's like the cheapest ruin on the market too. That's what's really got me intrigued a little bit. You're in 25% decrease in condition duration. But then what was the other one? The Reaper? Power and toughness. chill versus fear is another thing. Because the other thing is, if we got 100% condition duration, does it apply to ruins? Because if it gives us 2 seconds of chill, that's like infinite chill. If it gives us 2 seconds of fear, I mean that's 10 seconds of fear duration potentially on your warriors. That's pretty nuts. And here, I mean, expertise based on precision. I mean, our skills, I mean, they didn't go down by much. It still says bleed 92%. And we do that, what happens? 99%. But we'll be losing 20% of our 25% from the ruins. I mean, but also we could probably just change our build. Because, like, we don't really need the concentration on the warrior. I mean, it's nice to have a little bit of increased boon duration, but we don't need it. You know, so if we had, I mean, and we could potentially drop vitality. We don't necessarily need vitality. So if we could do power, ferocity, I mean, you could just do a full condition build, I guess, but if we do that, I mean, because you wouldn't necessarily need toughness either. Condition damage, condition duration, and then you would want ferocity and precision. Power, ferocity, precision, condition duration, condition damage. I mean, if you're just doing a power build, you could get away with just having condition duration. Increase quickness duration by 40%. Afflicting a foe with torment gives you regeneration. Wouldn't be too bad. Just interesting thought. Just the combination of 5 fear me's. I mean, let's look and see if it actually increases the stuff any. 5 fear me's. It's 25 seconds.
Marjorie and Canuck, you're with me. You four, head for Logan and keep an eye out for.
Let's see what happens here.
Burn the bodies.
Yeah. Still 5 seconds. That's 25 seconds. Like, do y'all realize? If they don't have stability, you need to keep, like, in a PvP situation, you would need to keep stability off of them. Yeah, you'd have to keep stability off of them somehow. I think there is a way, I just can't remember.
Disturbing the way those huge vines move. It's almost as if you can feel the dragon breathe, being this close to it.
Yes, almost.
The path narrows up ahead. Watch your line of fire.
Damn. Three stacks of might every time we do that. Even with our damage build versions here, I mean, we could just use Defiant instead of Mending. Or just take the 15% damage cut. Nah. Or you could just take Signet of Might and replace it with Fear Me. Then you would have 25 seconds to just kind of run people over, and then you'd have 20 seconds of downtime. It's just crazy to me, you know? Like, because if you have 5 players with the damage build and you're all doing like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 damage, I mean, you're looking at 100,000 damage. Or actually, That'd be 200,000 damage a second. But if you went and you did a group with warriors that could heal each other, you have 4 abilities that can heal for 10,000 to 5,000 apiece. It just won't do as much, but it's interesting.
Archers ahead!
Oh, come on.
Erson doesn't seem to enjoy suppressing.
Ambush! Clear them before they make pincushions of the other team!
Not much room to maneuver on this cliff.
Glad that's it.
See, stuff like that is where I'm iffy on, like, shout hills versus damage resistance, because damage resistance, you're just completely immune to all of that. You just run straight through it. And then the shout hills, I mean, you're just not going to have that ability. You know? So, like, if I do Defy here, I can use this to get Defy. And then if I didn't have shout hills, I could take out this trait line if I wanted to. Because all this, like, this is healing, 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 damage for each boon. So let's do this. And then you'd want this. And then with a group of 5, you would still get 10,000 health every 20 seconds. But if we do might generation, if you got 1 might per second, 5 people, this would be like 300 health. Like 1,500 a second. Or no, 1 might per second would be 300 and something a second. So over 20 seconds, you would get like 6,000 health. Which means you would have to take an additional tree, or additional heal trait, which would be this, to make up for it. Sort of. So we do arms, we're still doing Furious. Sundering Burst, we're still doing Lessened Signet of Might. Shake It Off is going to, it breaks stuns for affected allies. This Heal allies within 360 radius after breaking a stun. So I don't know if this applies, but if it does, that means that potentially you could get 3,000 health to every one of your teammates every time that you use Shake It Off, which would make it 3,000 times 5, 15,000. As well as remove a bunch of conditions. If you want to keep the healing, and you still have the Fear Me. So, I mean, even without the ruins, just using these rapid fire, you would be able to get 22,000 health. Which means when you engage in a fight, you're going to get 12 plus seconds of damage immunity. Then you're going to get up to 25 seconds of fear, as well as a 10,000 health increase. And then you would have the ability to break stuns rapidly, because this breaks stuns for everybody. So you got 10 stun breaks, and you got potentially 3,000 health per stun break. And you got this one too. So you get another one, which also, so you got 3 per person. So you got 15 stun breaks that can over 3,000 apiece. 20-second cooldown. And you got Soldier's Focus, heals allies every 10 seconds. So you're getting an additional 2,000 every 10 seconds. So that's an additional 10,000 every 10 seconds. So you're almost getting like 1,000 health a second. And if you don't use Call of the Week and you do regeneration, you could potentially be getting another 200 or something health a second. It's getting pretty serious. But if we remove this trait, like right now we're playing solo by ourselves. If we remove the trait, we can get bonus damage, we could increase our might healing, or we get bonus damage here, or we can increase the condition removal. We could keep immobilization off of us. And then even here, though, I mean, the Shake It Off would still give us a bunch, basically all the condition removal you would want. And then you would have the Stun Break would still heal for like 1,100 from the Ruin. And then you would gain potentially extra burn damage. You could do extra burst. But I don't think any of those are necessarily as good as these. But with the build that we got right now, like, at least crit-wise. Because, like, Cleansing Ire, like, if you have that many Shake It Offs, you wouldn't need Cleansing Ire. Stability when you disable a foe, dealing strike damage while you have stability. Or we can give ourselves quickness. Because with 5 warriors, you'd be able to get 10 seconds of quickness every time that you use Dog March. And if you do that, that would give you infinite quickness, which means you would no longer need quickness runes on the sword. So you could increase your damage or add more useful sigils on your sword. Like AoE chill. %20 chill duration. Like we could get, we're getting 100% condition duration right now anyway, pretty much. Vulnerability for 8 seconds, striking foe from flank. This transfer conditions while critically hitting a foe could be decent. Chill them for 2 seconds when you swap to this weapon in combat. With 5 warriors, that's 10 seconds of chill. Minimum. Like, right now it's 10 seconds of chill minimum. If the 100% condition duration works, then you'd get 20 seconds of chill, which I think would be absolutely absurd. Chill a foe for 2 seconds after striking them from its flank. So, I mean, you could potentially get 4 seconds of chill with these two together on an enemy. That's absurd. Like, even if you look at this, like, this gives us 2 seconds of quickness. It's actually 4 seconds. So, like, with 5 warriors, that is 20 seconds of quickness. And honestly, like, for me, even 4 seconds of quickness seems fine to me. Because, like, my sigils for my sword, and this is a 10-second cooldown. But, like, my sigils for my sword here, 20-second cooldowns. And they give me 5 and 3 seconds. And if we need might generation, you can just do empower allies, and you would have all the might that you'd want. Ten seconds. I mean, here, so this would be 4 seconds, and then with the bow, or with the sword, we would get 8 seconds. So we'd basically get 12 seconds of quickness. You give us 8 seconds of downtime in between bursts. What's this thing called? Martial cadence. Martial with chill sigils. The only problem with all this here, though, is that if we don't have access to any healing at all, you can get picked off. So I think we need the vigorous shouts, or we just need a dedicated healer for a group. Because if Defiance, I mean, we still have adrenal health, 7,000 health. And if we do this, it's 6,700 over 15 seconds. 6,700 divided by 15. 446 health a second. But this is basically a healing skill on its own. So you'd have to keep this up. But I think the martial cadence, hitting with a burst skill expends soldier focus to grant might to nearby allies. Four seconds. I honestly think the hydromancy stuff would be absolutely crazy to test out. Let's see how much the runes were for my stuff real quick. Because you also got this one, like heal allies in a 360 radius of your target, landing a crit hit. That's additional healing that you could have on your characters. 2 stacks of torment for 5 seconds. Getting might for 10 seconds upon critical hitting. Health when you interrupt a foe. Yeah, so quickness for 3 seconds upon quickly hitting a foe isn't super expensive. What's the other one? Sigil of Celerity. Yeah, it's not too bad either. I don't think we should necessarily care about this, like chill a foe for 2 seconds after striking from its flank. I don't think that's going to matter that much because it's single target, but this, damage nearby foes and chill them for 2 seconds. I think that is the thing that we're looking for. And then we can keep, like, I don't know which one you get rid of necessarily. The 5 seconds after disabling a foe, I think, is probably the strongest. But the 3 seconds upon critically hitting a foe is pretty much guaranteed. So there is that as well. And also in a warrior group, like if we decide not to use Signet of Rage, because burst skills grants Fury, so we get 7 seconds of Fury. If we decide not to use Signet of Rage, we could drop the Lesser Signet of Might and get Expertise or whatever to kind of round us out. And then we could see some of this other stuff. Anyway, I'm just thinking because if you have bow sword warriors, and say you go into combat like 5v5, and then y'all all use the bow at the very beginning, then you use your burst skill, which gives you quickness, swap over to sword, leap into combat. The swords would proc and give you your AoE chill, which would then 66% movement speed penalty and skill recharge. Get weakness on burst skills, or we could just do the missile reflection, so there is that. Right now, though, I think we go for the healing. And then if we're in a group, I think we do empower allies with martial cadence. And then we could do something else here. Yeah, because mic generation are mainly focused on the bows, which I'm not sure how well that's going to work out. I mean, technically you could. If your warriors are together, you all use the burst strike on each other. You'd all give each other might. And so you wouldn't necessarily need anything. But crit-wise, we have to have Signet of Rage to give us the crit that we need. If we use the banner, it's only for 15 seconds, but it applies boons every 3. So you could get probably, 16, 24 seconds of Fury. You could probably keep your Fury up, but you'd be stuck around a banner. So you need a different way to get Fury from something. Or you just, work with 7 seconds of Fury and then you'd have downtime. Because, I mean, our crit's still at like 30-something%. I think the Fear Me on its own is probably, like, good enough. I mean, 25 seconds of fear is a pretty big motivator, As long as the enemy can be feared, that is. But Endure Pain's also a stun break, so, I mean, we got additional stun breaks to use. Which kind of sucks as well, because, this one. Oh, we're supposed to kill it now. Hitting a burst skill expends soldier focus to grant might, so you get 3 stacks of might for 21 seconds, so it's potentially 6 stacks of might. Yeah, so that alone would give you all the might that you would want. But Fury-wise, this isn't AoE. Burst skills grant Fury. We got stances give barrier and vigor. And they last longer. So I mean that alone is 24 seconds of vigor and 15 seconds of damage immunity.
There, up ahead.
Exactly 7,000 healing. Look at that. Exactly 7,000.
Can you hear me?
Air? I can't see.
No, it's Marjorie.
Where's Timey?
She's not here.
The darkness. I felt behind myself, outside.
You're here now, and you're safe.
Where's Timey?
We just said she's fine. It's okay. Can you walk?
I think so. Yeah.
Marjorie, steady her and meet up with us. Canuck and I are going ahead to find the others.
Don't want to leave the plant with the plant food, Commander?
I just enjoy your company, Canuck.
I don't blame you. Lead on, then.
Logan?
They stopped us. We didn't make it yet.
Keith. What's she doing here?
We found her tracking Fowlin, and then were waylaid by this group of Mordrin protecting that twisted branch.
Fowlin's here too?
Whatever that thing is, it's not Fowlin. I came to put it out of its misery.
Get in line.
Behind me, too.
No time to argue. We have to get to Logan. Bram, she makes one wrong move. You put her down.
With pleasure. Hand over the daggers, traitor.
Strong. These trees are a more advanced version of the blisters. That's why Zosha and Logan were taken here.
The jungle dragon was outdone.
Aiding the
xenomorph people.
He's unconscious.
We must have been too late. He's much worse than Zosha.
You found her?
Logan's like the
Yes, they did.
softest guy I know in this game.
Not quite fertilizer yet, eh?
Ritlock, I didn't think... Where were you?
Oh, learning a thing or two here and there in the mists. You know, typical jumping into a rift sort of thing.
Anything to help me stop this dragon?
Why don't you let us handle that? This team, they're as good as we ever were.
Isn't this touching? Destiny's Edge reunited at last. Logan, you're looking well.
Fallon!
It isn't Fowling. Mordremoth is behind those eyes.
Whoever it is about to be put in a grave.
You'll have to catch me first.
Let's go.
Kaz, take Zosha and Logan and portal them out of here. Rox, go with. Keep them safe.
Let me think about this for a second. So if we get 15 seconds of damage immunity here, potentially, 18 seconds if we use the shield stance and don't get unblocked. Then we use Fear Me. I mean, that's already going to be 20 seconds to 23 seconds. This gives us like 7 seconds that we would have to dodge roll to do this. But with other warriors, we'd instantly be able to use this again. Let's say that we get 25 seconds off of this. And you could just use Defiant Stance and this together. And then if you had these other ones, I mean, grand total here, you get 15 seconds, 25 seconds, so you're looking at like 40 seconds. Potentially like 43, and you need like 20 seconds to get the Endure Pain back up. But we're having adrenaline issues. I'm thinking if we don't use the Signet of Lesser Might, we go for gain Fury and Adrenaline when you immobilize target. That would solve almost all of our Fury issues. Which means that we could then use the banner. But if we use the banner, that means that we can't use the Endure Pain as often here. But, I mean, it does mean, though, that we can not have to use Signet of Rage to get our stuff going. But it also, increases the cooldown here as well. So you might just have to go with the 7 seconds. Maybe get, like, a Fury Sigil.
I'm shocked you'd slaughter Logan's children like that. They were so beautiful. So much better than their father.
They're monsters!
Don't you see? Harmony is coming, and you will join Mordremoth.
Your harmony is slavery, and we will not stand for it.
If you do 25 seconds of fear, and then you'd have 15 seconds here, you'd have, I don't know, like 23 seconds or something that you would need to make up with. So here we get 10 seconds instead of 12. And then we have seconds instead of 12. 35 seconds. But getting fury and adrenaline when you immobilize a target.
You may have uprooted Zoja and Logan, but you'll never make it to Trahan. He'll have the pleasure of following his true master.
He'd rather die than serve you.
Soon, you won't be able to tell the difference. Soon, he'll become part of us.
Commander, please, let me fight. I can help you reach Trahan. I only want to kill the dragon. Its death might kill me, the entire Savari people, but that's better than living in its grasp. It's the only end I've been working toward.
Fine. But if you cross me again, you'll join Fowlin on her trip to the Mists. This is dangerous territory. Everyone stay alert.
God, this place. Where do we go?
Up. There's one to remember me by. epicenter.
Yes. I feel Mortimer's eyes bearing down upon me.
Where is the beast? I want to meet eyes with the jungle overlord.
It's not one thing, Brian. It's everything. The entire time we were traversing it, we were a foot on its back, like fleas on a hound.
If that's the case, then...
Bram.
I know it doesn't hurt it. Just something I had to do.
What will hurt it then? This thing looks pretty solid.
We'll figure it out. But right now, we have to free Traherne from whatever fate Mordremoth has in store for him here. Almost there! Gaining adrenaline!
You cannot stop the inevitable. You cannot silence the pulse of this world. Traherne is ours!
Not while any of us still breathe.
You can't run forever, Fowlin.
Rising spring. She will be a legend today.
Please, if there's any part of you left, let us free Traherne.
Almost there.
There was never Balin. There was never Keith. There was never Traherne. There was always Mordremoth. Don't you know? Sometimes to rebel against what you need.
I don't care the cost. The dragon will fall. He will be thrown in life or death.
Almost there. No, Traherne.
Not even a firstborn deserves that.
Keith, are you?
Fine.
I made peace with Fallon's death when I saw what she'd become.
Gaining
I'm right
adrenaline.
behind you. Just give me a moment to destroy her body.
The rest of you with me. Time to end this. Ready to unleash.
Toughness, vitality, healing power, concentration. Trailblazers. Toughness, vitality, condition damage, expertise. Viper. Power, precision, condition damage, expertise. If we were going to do a full DPS hybrid setup, would Vipers be the best choice? Power, precision. I mean, we lose all of our ferocity. We lose our healing power, boon duration, health, armor. I need to think on that one. So we lose a lot of stats, but we still get the 500 ferocity from this. We could gain more ferocity with great fortitude. It would just lower our potential might generation. So potentially we could just use the great fortitude to get our ferocity back up, get 10%. And then if we take off burst mastery, we know that we can get like 8% ferocity from here.
Finally found a place worse than home.
So it'd basically be it'd be basically about the same amount of damage, except for you would lose your swiftness. Yeah, Viper's probably the best for what we were wanting to do. Bunch of junk. I don't know why they just don't have a sell junk button. I can't believe Kaith right now, okay? Traherne is dying. All she cares about, she says, is killing the Elder Dragon. And she's just like, oh, I gotta take care of her body real quick. We gotta space everybody out. Enter the chasm. Are the thing jump? Okay, it's not water. Why it revived? Okay. The chasm is just the portal. It's dank, dark, stanky underworld.
Mortimer didn't even try to cover its tracks. Either this is a trap, or the dragon's getting desperate.
Doesn't matter. Trahern's here, and even if he is just bait, he'll still lead us to Mordremoth.
You've made it this far.
Avoid getting hit.
For one last push.
I am. I will never be the dragon's slave.
We've got company.
Gaining adrenaline. Almost there.
Get started.
Looks like there's only one way forward.
Let's move then. Stick close. We don't know what's down here.
I'm gonna go with the defense page.
The dragon is focused on the battles outside. We'll never get a better chance.
Urge to kill rising.
Destiny's Edge, failing to kill a frog.
There he is. Marshal Trahern, can you hear me?
Commander, the pact, is it?
All but gone, Marshal. But my team and I will finish this.
It's too late. I know. I am part of the jungle dragon now. It is everywhere.
So how do we kill it? Burn every field, fell every forest?
No, it can't be defeated that way. It'll just grow back. Its roots have spread too far, too deep.
Then we destroy the root, Mordremoth's mind. Its strongest attacks come from its mind, from the dream. That's our target.
Sound strategy, Commander. Turn the tables and attack the dragon the same way it's been attacking us. Brilliant. You don't need a translator to understand that. The dragon doesn't like this idea.
Yes. Strike at the dragon's mind through the dream. It can work. And my connection will provide the access you need.
The Radanovids said each Elder Dragon has a weak spot. We just identified Mordremoth's.
I'm ready. If I concentrate, I can open a path into the dream, into Mordremoth's mind. Your minds will make the journey, but your bodies will remain here in the cavern.
I've seen enough metaphysical landscapes lately. I'll stay behind to keep the Mordrim at bay.
I'll stay too. If something goes wrong, or Traherne isn't what he seems to be, I'll be standing by.
All right. 3 of us go in. 3 stay behind.
Yeah, you leave your bodies here, and then the dragon just collapses the whole cave on top of you. Boom. Game over.
You may not trust me, but I will not let any more Sylvari become like Fowlin. Better death.
My mother deserves justice, and I deserve the chance to get it for her.
I was strong enough to make it this far. Don't leave me behind now.
Jory, Tribune, I'm proud to make this final stand by your side. This is for air.
And Belinda. Not a single Mordrum gets past us today.
Damn right. Wait, so 2 out of 3 going into Mordremoth's mind are Sylvari? Does anyone else see a problem here?
Yep. Now, if I was a Sylvari character, I wonder if his dialogue changes. 3 out of the 3 entering our Sylvari. Because there's no... Like, could you imagine that? If you have a Sylvari character and you bring 2 Sylvari in with the fight Mordremoth, surely they wouldn't allow that to happen, right? Even here, if you take 2 of them with you and leave 2 Sylvari out here, then the Sylvari kills the person outside, so there's that.
You should not have come here. I am everywhere. I am all.
Only in your mind. And I will reduce your mind to ashes before I'm done.
Bold words, but empty ones.
Kind of wonder if Mordremouth was even corrupted that much, you know?
I am you, what you were meant to be, what you will be. Mordremoth's loyal servant, and gladly so. You are strong, but lack focus. So you seek a master. Mordremoth is that master.
Is this a joke? My will has always been my own. I seek no master and never have. I am no one's servant.
Oh? Countess Anise would disagree. Accept the truth. Mordremoth needs servants, and you were born to serve.
No. To redeem myself, I choose to serve, as I choose to kill you now.
Strong. Gaining adrenaline.
Understood. Mordremoth's squeezing hard, but I won't break. Get behind me, Commander. I'll deflect the grenade.
Kind of crap at your job, Canuck. Well, I was gonna finish him off, but I guess not.
Help me, please. I'm back. Still with us, Canuck?
It's too much. Can't control myself. Can't trust myself. Here, take my shield and finish him.
The shield OP. Also, these seem like Revenant abilities.
Mordramoth wants to negate me. Wants me to negate myself. I'm done with that.
Look there, a rift open. Maybe now we can break Mordramoth's illusion. Let's widen the rift. The more we crack open this nightmare, the weaker Mordramoth becomes.
I was strong enough to change what I was. I will be strong enough not to become that. Thank you for trusting my strength, Commander. And for lending me yours.
More to explore.
Sweet, sad, lonely child, you'll doom us all. Without Mordramoth, Sylvari will cease to exist. The dragon created us. It sustains us, defines us. Without it, we wither and die.
I have to end Mordramoth's influence over us. It doesn't want soldiers, only mindless thralls.
You fight for natural harmony and to ensure your family's future. But without Mordramoth, you can't have either.
Yet I fight on. Better to be dead or nothing than to be what Mordramoth would make us.
Killing this mockery will be a pleasure.
Wait! We need to open the rift to weaken Mordremoth's mind and disrupt its control.
If you say so. But I'm ready to strike if that fails. That's what the Pale Tree would have been. What Sylvari would have been if Mordremoth maintained control of her. I was right. Better no future than that. I have to see this through, no matter what. Mordremoth has to die.
Glad to hear you say that. But you'll have to prove it before I fully trust you again.
Until then, I'll contribute. Mordremoth seems unable to maintain its illusions in the face of such fierce resistance.
We're weakening it! Breaking its grip on the mindscape gives us the chance to take control. Our minds have power here too. Let's use it! I'll keep breaking Mordremoth's illusions until it's weak enough to kill. If you want to be part of that, follow me. Never! We're nothing alike. You make slaves, I make allies.
Oh, I get it.
Gridlock? No. This is a trick like before. There's a rift here.
Or is it?
Open it! We need to crack this illusion and weaken Mordremoth's control! Consider it done. Gaining adrenaline! It's open, Commander! Go!
Mordremoth, get ready to bleed!
We are taking control, just like you said. Beating this Gridlock turned it against its master.
That's how we'll win, by turning its puppets into our allies. Keep opening rifts until it has no more illusions to send. Urge to kill rising.
Oh, this is what it was talking about. Don't let yourself be hit. So you're supposed to defeat it without going into the shield, which I guess means stand on the edges of the map. Or maybe not.
You left us behind, boss. You left us to die. Just
I don't think so. You'll have to try harder than that, Mordremoth. There's one to remember me by.
vengeance!
it. 2 dragons down, 4 to go.
We did it. Mordremoth is dead.
Truly dead. I can't hear its voice in my head. It's completely gone.
And we Silvari are still here. Still
4.
us. I wasn't sure.
Commander, my sword, Galad Bolg, is nearby. It was a gift from the Pale Tree. I am connected, bonded to it. Only its power can free me from this. Please, bring it here.
I have the sword, Marshal.
Quickly now. Use it on me. Kill me, Commander.
What? No. Mordremoth is dead. We destroyed its mind from the inside.
But I still hear its voice. Mordremoth is alive. One last hateful vestige. A terrible seed planted deep in my mind. You must kill me, Commander, before that seed grows. Before Mordremoth reclaims what it has lost. What's left of me can't survive on its own. Strike now or...
I am the future. I am this world. You cannot destroy me. Run while you can.
I won't let all this be for nothing. Stand back. I'm ending this. Now!
A faux fire.
What's next?
We unlocked that backpack anyway. That's weird. It would seem odd to me that Mordremoth would only plant his, additional Mordremoth self inside of one thing when he has so many minions, but maybe. And I guess now they're trying to make the connection between, so the mother tree made Kallenbalg. Kallenbalg has energies in it. Those energies came out, I guess, during that and hit Irene's egg, and she absorbed the magic. I'm guessing is what happened. And if there's a connection between Kallenbog and the water where the gods first landed, then that could explain Irene's power, sort of.
Nice gear.
Power, toughness, vitality, concentration.
I was manufactured to the highest standards.
Dragon's Stand. So this is going to be healing shouts. And then this would be regeneration.
What the hunters will bring down in Washington scrounge. I'm hoping that one of the downed airships was carrying spices at least.
Gang's resolution. Reduced by percentage while you have resolution. So you get 10% damage reduction. And we get decreased condition damage taken by 33% with the banner. 10 seconds of quickness. Gives us a total of 18 seconds. That's interesting. Because the regen is really good. But we don't need to give up much to get that. I mean, we could give up just Shake It Off if we wanted. Because this is just giving us, you know, additional Condi damage. Faster weapon swaps, which feel better. That's what I like on my warriors, is the really just like durable, not a whole lot that can go wrong. You know? I mean, we will lose the quickness if we get rid of the banner, but I don't think it really matters. Because, like, that's 10 seconds of quickness from the banner. If we take Martial Cadence instead, we still, you know, get all that other stuff. And then with Strength, we could get Might Generation or additional bonus damage. Might can heal us. 2,000 every, so it's 1,000 every 10 seconds. Thousand every 5 seconds. I think it's still more total healing. This is the toss-up right here, because like Endure Pain, I like Endure Pain a lot. 60-second cooldown though. I guess the question is, do we need 15 seconds of damage immunity, or are we fine with 10? Or is it that we can get the Banner of Defense will give us... I mean, this feels pretty pretty darn solid. I mean, and with a group of warriors, I think Fear Me would be an absolute beastly skill to have. The banner just feels really nice though, but you only need one banner for your group, you know? And it's doing like 1400 health. I mean, and that's in 5 seconds you're getting 500 health. So you're looking at 1,000, 2,000 health. This is 8 seconds, and this is 5 seconds. So in 8 seconds, you can get 2,000 health. Is there a way to give yourself cripple? So I mean here, I mean we're still getting a stun break. This is 2,000 health in 8 seconds. That's 236. And then every boon on me, I get increased damage here. And we're already, so we're getting Vigor, Fury, Might, Regeneration, and Aegeus. And Swiftness. So we get 6% increased damage. I just need to see how much we actually are healing from this. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna do the Banner of Defense. Okay. It gives us it's also giving us resolution, I think, as well. So we're getting 236 a second. Okay. Was it 236 a second? So we're gonna go to calculator. 236 times 20. 4,000. So it heals for more, but it doesn't remove conditions. I mean, I guess that technically isn't true because that right there removes conditions.
Ready to unleash. Adrenaline rising.
I just need another skill bar. Like, if the Fear Me wasn't as strong as it is in groups, I think we'd get rid of it. The Endure Pain is also really strong. It's just the Banner is healing for more. But then, like, Call of the Weak is giving us that 50% damage reduction. It's giving us 10% increased damage, and it's getting Negative on the endurance regeneration, which I think... Let's look at the chill real quick. Chill. 66% slower. Skill recharge 40% slower. For every 1.66 second chills, only 1 second of cooldown will have expired. Chill deals Defiance Bar damage at a rate of 33 per second. Maximum duration of 10 seconds. For every 1.66 seconds chilled, only 1 second of cooldown will have expired. So it's basically 1.5 seconds. So for 10 seconds, you probably get like 8 of those. So like 8 seconds would have passed over 10 seconds or something like that. I don't know. It still sounds pretty good to me. And the vigor, the shout still seems really good as well. But Shake It Off would heal for more with more warriors. Because right now with one warrior, they're doing 2,000 or so healing. But with 5 warriors, it'd be 10,000 or so healing. So realistically, we'd want to use the Shake It Off. Now this is interesting here because it basically means that we have to have a large group to do the end of the Heart of Thorns. Because there isn't a big enough group here, apparently. But yeah. If you play with a group, you can go banner. Or you'll lose Fury. I guess solo, if we do Dogged March, we could get additional regeneration. But we need a way to put Immob, Cripple, or Chill on ourself. And I don't know if there's a way to do that. Yours to inflict conditions on yourself. Interesting. Now we're having problems because the banner has a really long cooldown. Even though it can revive 5 targets. It's not necessarily that helpful, you know? Unless one warrior out of the group has the banner.